Hey everyone.
Welcome back, Dungeoneers.
We are a little bit behind schedule today. Having some minor technical difficulties.
We had some stuff to do last night that ended up taking a little while.
Well, we had to change the entire studio back.
Yeah, because we were filming in one shot.
So the whole studio was in disarray, and there were a couple pieces that we thought we got back that didn't quite make it.
And we're a little sleepy.
But that's alright.
Because we have coffee.
Yeah, we do have coffee.
And
Over there.
And a puppy.
You have coffee.
I know, but right now I'm petting a puppy under the table.
Yes. Hello, sweetie. We have our dog with us, so if you see her today.
She might pop her head up, if you're lucky.
What's our plan for today?
Final Fantasy.
Yeah, but what are we doing?
Well, since we're tired, let's just start off with some casual chatting and gathering / crafting.
I like that.
Do some of the the sort of, what is it? Adventure of the Hand and Adventure of the Land.
What?
So, the classes.
I literally have no idea what that means.
So you have Disciple of War and Disciple of Magic.
Uh-huh.
Disciple of the Hand.
Oh.
And Disciple of the Land.
Okay.
That's what they call the crafting and gathering.
I literally, obviously, had no idea. It's just like, what?
Alright.
All I know is that I have an odd outfit and a cute hat.
And juggler makeup.
Well, yeah.
Alright, so...
Where were we when we left off with mining?
I'm level 42.
I'm level 41.
I don't think I have a quest until 45. So, are you thinking of continuing to do mining, or are you thinking of doing a different gathering?
Oh, sure. Well, we'll do some mining.
Let's group up.
I need to get raw qua electrum. Where is that? Up in the Bronze Lake. Use my ticket. Would you mind pouring some coffee and cream?
Yes, I will.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, just a second.
Let's get the qua.
There you go.
Quick. So, the conversation du jour
was the Oscars last night.
It was, oh my. Oh my.
And being random people online, we are definitely well equipped and definitely have a good ability to weigh in on it.
Yes, we have all the necessary perspectives to say literally goddamn anything about it.
Definitely a true statement that is not at all false.
And, by the way, because of how well equipped we are, everything we say will be the absolute correct take. Of course, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Probably.
I mean, the whole situation, if you slept underneath a rock this morning and woke up and spoke to no one, if I was still working in an office, I would very much envy you if you could go through your day and by 10:30 in the morning still have spoken to no one. That would be a good day at the office.
And not have social media.
And not have social media or not pay attention to it. If you do. What happened last night was a Time Worn goatskin map. Hooray.
Huzzah.
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 Chris Rock made a joke at the expense of Jada Pinkett Smith, who is married to Will Smith. And the joke was at the expense of specifically her and alopecia. Alopecia is an autoimmune condition that attacks hair follicles. So you lose hair. It afflicts quite a few women of color. And the people who have it to often talk about the trauma that they feel when dealing with it. People in our society definitely have, there's a lot with hair,
In general.
Not just women, men too. Like, our society, and I think a lot of humans in general, just, hair is super important to us.
Well, it's one of the ways that people can express themselves regularly every day. That's right there and visible for everyone to see.
Yeah, and it is an extension
As
of
someone
you.
who dyed my hair through all of high school, I think that's true for me.
Oh, I mean, hair is, in so many ways, a reflection of who we are.
Mm-hmm.
So, having a condition that causes you to lose hair, whether it's simply going bald, as many men do, or dealing with the effects of alopecia, it can be really upsetting for people and a really sensitive subject. So, Chris Rock, well, being a presenter for one of the categories, I think documentary, decided to crack a joke for whatever reason at Jada Pinkett Smith's expense, making fun of her shaved head as she has taken on that appearance to deal with her alopecia. And she's spoken quite regularly about it, I'm told. I don't really pay attention to that, but
we don't really follow celebrities.
No.
In general.
But the joke, no matter what you think of the next part, the joke itself was not the most insulting thing in the world, but it was completely uncalled for, offensive, and just in incredibly poor taste.
And, only the person who is the target can really judge how it makes them feel.
Yeah. But no matter what the joke is, no matter how sort of gentle, you're making a joke at someone's expense. And everyone teases folks that they love, We tease each other. Your mom and dad, they tease us.
And there are
tease them,
definitely contextual situations where a comedian making fun of someone in the audience is like an expected thing. Like if you're like at a roast and someone's heckling, that...
Well, if you heckle a comedian, you're gonna get burned.
There's generally an expectation there. But this was the Oscars.
This is the Oscars. This isn't a stand-up performance. She was there accompanying Will, because he had been nominated and did eventually win the Oscar for Best Actor.
Yeah.
And it was completely uncalled for and just really messed up. So, I want people to just take a second and put themselves in that position where, and I have no idea if they have any pre-existing relationship like the Smiths and Chris Rock. I have no idea. But you're there, you're in one of the most public telecasts in the world. And you've been public about the emotional trauma and discomfort and pain and everything that you've gone through with alopecia. And then some jackass decides that I'm just gonna make fun of you and like crack a joke about this thing you really struggle with. A lot of people have something they struggle with in life. It's different for everyone. So just kind of picture what that is for you, and then you being
made fun of on
publicly made
TV.
fun of.
International TV.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't just like, oh, only Americans watch it, which would be more than enough to feel really crappy. We broadcast around the entire world. Famously, the clip, what happened next, is the Japanese broadcast because it was the only one that was totally uncensored.
At least the one we saw, yeah. I don't know if there were other ones.
There might have been other ones, but it was the first one that people found. So this is broadcast around the world. And after Chris Rock cracks this joke, and one of the most profoundly public displays of poor judgment, Will Smith just walked up on stage and to quote Chris Rock, slapped the shit out of him. That we were not watching the Oscars last night. We were listening to a podcast and putting this studio back together. We saw that pop up on Twitter, and we missed it. And boy, has it been interesting to watch a whole bunch of real hot takes on Twitter about it.
In a lot of different directions from a lot of people who shouldn't really have an opinion.
It was one.
And some people who actually should have an opinion.
There are some people who are making themselves look like fools with the opinions that they're espousing this morning. Because they're just wildly misinformed, one-sided. Boy, a lot of comedian bad takes. The hottest of hot takes are all coming from comedians. What a shock. Most of them ain't good.
Kit Kat says it's been all over TikTok last night. Yeah, it's been
it's just everywhere.
On everything that I've seen.
And welcome. Good morning, Kit Kat. Good to see you again. It's lovely to have you. Woo boy, that was. We were going to bed and looking at that last night and just going, okay, the slap heard around the world.
Apparently, yeah.
And I have thoughts on this, like on the rightness and wrongness, but you know what? I ain't the person to
publicly
to talk about that.
Throw your...
Like, I ain't any of the people involved, and
we don't even follow like celebrities enough to know if they've ever met each other. Even like we know nothing.
Nothing. So I'm just gonna leave it as we saw that, and boy.
Did it rile up everyone?
Has it been a popcorn-worthy moment on Twitter? I have been sitting there with my popcorn bucket on Twitter for the last 12 hours, just like, oh, it's been so good. But Twitter popcorn bucket moments are best when you shut the hell up.
It's like, it's the same sort of dynamic. I love, just watching people have a meltdown when, like, a new game comes out and the server is a bit taxed. you know, I just like to. I don't wade into it at all. Even if I want to play the game, I just sort of sit back and watch the drama.
Oh yeah, game launches are the best.
Because it's like I don't have, and like this, it's like I don't have an opinion worth sharing. But apparently, a lot of people think their opinion is worth sharing.
They really think their opinion is worth sharing, and share it they do. Share it they do.
But that's what social media is for, right?
Yeah. And I mean, it really shouldn't be. This whole scenario is a really good example of a bunch of people talking about something that, you know, realistically just about everyone is gonna see.
Yeah.
This is spreading so fast.
Yeah, I mean, it started out with everyone seeing it because it was on the Oscars. And, I mean, I know their viewership numbers have been down, but, you know, there's still a lot of people that watch it.
I mean, millions of people here in the U.S. and millions more. Around the world saw that, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, everyone has seen this. And, you know, a lot of people are going to say their opinion, and they're going to probably have a dumb take. They're probably going to have a really dumb take. And also, we are so quick to paint everything in black and white, good and bad, right and wrong. And, like, life doesn't work that way.
Are you saying there's nuance?
Yeah, there's nuance, there's shades of gray in existence. There's not always gonna be, and there usually never are, just bad or just good people. Like, it doesn't work like that. So, there's gonna be a lot of people, you know, making the hottest of hot takes, and throwing around how this person's right, this person's wrong. And none of it really matters. And people are going to have an opinion, they're going to talk about it. But I think there's sort of a bad habit that we make as a society, which is putting a lot more weight than really should be on other people's opinions. And the social media has made this worse, but it hasn't, like,
It didn't create
it. And people feeling like, oh, I will share my opinion. Because people have always had an opinion. They've always shared it.
You just didn't typically have a reach.
You just didn't have a megaphone.
Right, yeah.
And now everyone has a megaphone, so they're shouting constantly into the ether. But we put a lot of weight on what really uninformed people say. But we also, like, those people, everyone seems to feel like they should have an opinion on something. And, like, it is perfectly acceptable. This is a public service announcement. It's perfectly acceptable to have a thought and not share it. Just go, I have some thoughts. I'm gonna shut the hell up about it. Because I don't know enough. I don't have enough information. I am ill-informed on this whole scenario. So I'm not gonna say a damn thing. And this is one of those moments where a lot of people are gonna say shit. They're gonna embarrass themselves.
I mean,
people are gonna get mad at each other.
There's been a lot of that for pretty much anything, though.
Yeah.
Like, Ukraine, definitely. The whole thing going on there.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
there's been a lot of dumb takes. And boy, if I can give any advice to, like, teenagers, if you're thinking to yourself, I'm gonna post this, don't, like, just don't, because you're probably wrong. Because you just don't know enough. Most people are going to be wrong. The vast majority of people posting an opinion about something are going to be wrong. And the internet has a way of remembering the stuff that you really wish that...
Because it records it.
Yeah, you would forget. So if you're a teenager, think maybe a little bit more about... don't post for your benefit. Not for ours. For your benefit.
Kid Cat says that...
The hub said the other day that I have loud opinions. I told him they're only loud because I'm hard of hearing and have poor volume controls because of it. See? Yeah, that's true. That is true. Well, we know Kit Kat, and your opinions are only loud because you are hard of hearing. We know that. As far as I know, your husband is not hard of hearing, and he seems to have quiet opinions about things because he's always quiet.
He is a very quiet person.
He's about the softest talker that I've ever met. He's the most even-keeled person. Just, is like his response to most things. Oh, we love him. So if you're, I think the message here for folks is if you're thinking about posting something about this, just don't. You just don't. This is not something that we all should be really commenting on unless we have a good set of knowledge, some real first-hand experience in this.
I just always, whenever something like this happens, I just picture some, like, random person waking up, looking at their phone and going, oh, good thing I woke up, the world needs to know what I think.
I, an internet person, shall save us. It feels like that, doesn't it? Really feels like
I'm
that.
sure there's not even that conscious thought, but that's sure how it feels.
I mean, that's the easy narrative that we can laugh at, is the, don't worry, I shall rescue you, for I am Internet Man.
Or woman.
I mean, most of the time.
Often. Not to be.
I've been mansplained enough to.
But then you also get the people who are like, I need to circumvent that person and put out my take that's gonna be refuting them before they do.
Yes.
It gets very meta very quick.
Oh, and then there's subtweeting. Like I saw a whole bunch of people subtweeting. One fairly well-known person who put out an opinion, and I didn't know who they were talking about, and then I found that person, and I was just like, well, that explains all these posts.
That happens a lot to me.
Yeah.
Not knowing anyone.
And the subtweeting is for all of, fill in the category of person that this person I'm subtweeting is. Might be, you know, woman, man, different country of origin, yeah, any of that. And you're just like, that seems very specific sometimes for who they're talking about. Then you find the person they're talking about and you're like, oh, okay.
It was specific.
It was specific. So that has been, oh man, this is gonna be, I'm guessing at least at least the rest of this week.
Mm-hmm.
It will be
Unless someone
like
else does
the
something.
center of conversation in every circle, because there's stories and elements and like who comments about what and like what the fallout from this
Plus,
is.
like,
There's
just
gonna
the
be,
celebrity gossip in general.
oh man, TMZ last night. TMZ probably just
They're like, oh,
they
yes, oh God.
they finished like involuntarily. That's what they did. They were like, all of TMZ was just watching this. They're like, oh man,
Apparently, level 45 is Electromore.
oh okay, well lucky that. You're already level 45?
Oh, yeah. I'm the best at mining.
Apparently.
And you kept going to the bathroom.
Last time, you mean?
Mhm.
So I was like, I haven't gone to the bathroom since you started streaming. Yeah, I'm guessing a week is what we're gonna get out of this. We might get more. It's possible. It depends on like a couple like follow statements and things, and if the various like political media outlets
Decide that this needs to not be a political issue.
yes.
Instead of just two celebrities.
Oh boy, you know what I can't wait for, and by I can't wait for, I mean I could definitely wait forever for. This is probably going to reach the point, it seems almost inevitable, that someone's going to ask Biden his opinion on this, and it's just going to be like, why would you ask him that?
Yeah.
He's old. He's the president. This is the Oscars. These things happen fairly late at night. Do you really think that Biden is up?
Yeah. He had lunch. He had dinner at 4. Right?
What? Yeah.
At Boston Market.
At Boston Market. It's a few minutes off of, just a couple blocks away from the station, so he can get off and pick it up on his way back home. It's really easy to get there. I like the idea that even though Biden is the president, he still commutes using Amtrak.
Yeah.
Like that, for some reason that entertains me.
Like he has like a little Amtrak that goes from like one side of the White House to the other. Like
No.
one of those little trains that you
I-
like sit on and your legs are splayed out on it because you're like a full adult human person. Like that, you mean?
No,
That's what you were going for?
No.
Are you
No,
sure?
that's not what I was going for. I was going for completely different things.
And it goes around the whole White House to different rooms, and he has a little conductor hat. He waves at the tours.
I mean, that's not what I was thinking at all, but I love this image. It's like, hey folks, check out my mini train. Toot toot.
Rod Amtrak.
Ain't gonna take no malarkey on this train. Got a little train whistle.
Mm-hmm. Call it the Scranton Express.
You know what? What is just a weird show in concept is Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yeah.
Like, that's just a weird show. it is a show that involves trains that have mouths and can make facial expressions, and they go around the island of Sodor, and I've never quite figured out why an island needs as many trains as it has. It has a lot of trains, and it doesn't seem to be a particularly large island.
Isn't it because that's the population?
There are human people there.
I've never watched.
I mean, there are the trains will like derail from time to time. And like have
die?
a car crash. No, you would think that would kill them, but it doesn't.
Huh.
It just ends up. Well, they end up quite upset.
Did Thomas have like his boiler explode or anything like that?
Not that I remember. But man, that show is like. The trains are pretty extreme. Like, I think the trains need some professional help.
Like from an engineer?
I'm from a therapist. They seem to, like, they go to extreme lengths. Like, at one point, I think there was a story where the trains, like, sealed themselves away for, like, months in their...
train house?
In their train house?
Thing?
Is that what it's called? Roundhouse.
Roundhouse.
Is it a roundhouse?
Roundhouse, because it has, like, the round thing where they rotate.
Yeah. Like, man.
Like, were they on strike? Were they teaching kids about labor dynamics?
I think they were just mad because a new train came to town and it was like an electric train and it was different or something. I really don't remember. But all of the trains in the show would deal with very trainy problems. Like, very train-centric problems.
Yeah.
But have incredibly human reactions to it. So it was like, I can relate to feeling that way. I have no ability to relate to the fact that, like, it's happening because they got the wrong type of coal and it doesn't taste as good or something.
This reminds me of the time my steam pump stopped working.
Yes. I, too, get upset when my boiler isn't serviced. Like, such a weird show.
Sometimes you just have a derailed day.
And it's the it's the narrated story too.
See, this is a show I've never seen, so I'm piecing it together as you are talking.
So the basic premise is that you have
Thomas.
Well, as the show, from the show construction.
Okay.
You have Mr. Conductor.
Okay.
Who has been
a bunch of people.
The three people that I remember: Alec Baldwin. So that's a lot right there. Ringo Starr was Mr. Conductor. And George Carlin.
Wasn't Pierce Brosnan also?
Oh, yes, I believe Pierce Brosnan was. I can't say I like those three. I feel fairly certain that one. I'm like, oh yeah, I think that's right. Not 100% there. And Mr. Conductor would tell the story. Sorry, folks. Tell the story about the train. So Mr. Conductor was the narrator and told the story, and then took on, little voices for all the trains. Nothing too very elaborate for them. And so the only person that ever talked in the show was Mr. Conductor.
So a sort of
It was a storytelling show.
Yeah.
But then they would have this stop motion animation with the trains. And that animation would be visually telling the story that Mr. Conductor is narrating. And it was kind of, it's a cute show, but also very odd. Most kids shows are really odd when you start to break it down.
So it'd be like trains, but then doing like relatable human sort of
Yeah, I want to
experiences.
see if I can
Like,
pull up a episode plot synopsis.
like Thomas was sad because he was stabbed with a knife in a game of back alley poker. Stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. It, I think it's still going.
It has like a cartoon now or something. I don't think they do the stop motion anymore. And this was like a British show, right?
Yes, it was British.
So it was like even less relatable to children in America because it's like Thomas was sad that his kippers were.
But hearing it in a George Carlin voice, like, Thomas was sad that his kippers were all fucked up because it's George Carlin. So, you know, some expletives would get in there. So Thomas the Tank Engine first appeared in 1946. There's a book. Thomas the Tank Engine was the book. And it was part of a series, apparently. And the first book in the series was the 3 railway engines, and then it was Thomas the Tank Engine. And James the Red Engine was the next installment.
And then they introduced the lady engine that had a pink bow and eyelashes. Right? I assume.
Yes. Oh, probably. I can't see if they're still... if they're still doing it or not, for sure. I'm just in Wikipedia here, so I don't know for certain. But it looks like...
The puppy is asleep on my foot.
Yes, I see that.
Like her head is on my foot.
So it has gone through quite a few iterations. The television adaptation series Thomas and Friends and its reboot Thomas and Friends All Engines Go. So Thomas and Friends, the original TV series, ran from 1984 through 2020, it looks like. And the conductors, Mr. Conductor was Ringo Starr, Michael Angelis, George Carlin, Alec Baldwin, Michael Brandon, Pierce Brosnan, Mark Morahan, John Hassler, and Joseph May.
Other than the 4 that we mentioned before, I don't know
Other than any of those people are. I'm assuming they're all British.
Just like George Carlin.
Well, all the people we don't know.
Oh, okay.
I want to get into like the stories because man, some of them were really out there.
No, if you want out there kids TV, you go to Gumby.
Oh man, Gumby was something else. Gumby made you question reality.
I think Gumby was like, there were some people in the 70s that were like, I have LSD and I have clay and a camera and I'm really into surrealist art. Let's make a kids show.
Going and So we've gone and watched little bits of like Gumby episode in the Gumby movie. It was absolutely insane.
It makes you question yourself and everything around you.
Like there was nothing normal at all about those movies. Not even a little. They were so disturbing. And didn't Gumby like get cut up into 1,000 little pieces at one point, and then like
Form a thousand
little
little
Gumbies, and then they like reform into a lot like.
Oh yeah. I mean, Gumby, like the whole thing with Gumby is that he is clay,
and is aware of that.
Yeah, it's part of like his skill set.
My question is, so like Gumby has like a villain, right? That he fights against?
I mean, not really. There are some like antagonists, like
They're like the blockheads or something like that.
blockheads, something like that. They have like building block style heads.
I feel like why wouldn't you just like, I don't know, cook him?
Bake him.
Yeah, like fire him, you know, like you would in a kiln.
Kid Cast, if we ever heard of this show, Bump in the Night, that was as weird as Gumby.
I've not heard of that.
Was it Bump in the Night? Was it sort of like a scary show, like for kids, sort of like Goosebumps or Are You Afraid of the Dark? That sort
It
of
is
thing.
an American animated series. It looks to be claymation. It's from 1994. I just pulled it up on my phone. I'm looking at the images
Oh,
here.
I remember seeing that little weird green guy.
I don't remember this at all, but
Just
boy,
a weird little guy.
looks trippy. That looks trippy.
Yeah.
That's got some real Mike Wazowski energy on that
On
particular
that green
image.
guy.
Yeah. I feel like Mike Wazowski is what that green guy grew up to be.
After he lost an eye. And it migrated to the center of his face.
I thought you were going to say after he lost his virginity. For some reason. It's like, what an interesting direction she's going. Oh, no, that wasn't not where she went.
That was detailed very well in the movie.
There was an episode about it. It was just a green guy staring straight into the camera, dictating everything. From Kit Kat. Bump's Bestie was a thing of toilet water named Squishy, and Bump's girlfriend was this raggedy smartass doll.
Okay, that explains the characters that we were seeing. Sort of.
So, Bump's best friend was that toilet water that had been alive.
So that blue guy was supposed to be like an amorphous blob of
amalgamated living toilet water.
That sounds pretty bizarre.
Kids, if you're wondering how to make amalgamated living toilet water at home,
don't put clay in your toilet.
Don't put clay in your toilet. That won't do anything.
Other than ruin
clay just repels. It's very hard for that to like come together. So don't bother with that. Instead, just put vinegar and baking soda in the toilet. A lot of both.
Oh, Squishy was terrified of everything, apparently. So that's a pretty solid dynamic, for the hero to have the scared friend. You had like Chucky and Rugrats. You had Piglet and Winnie the Pooh. And it made it be like, oh, the main character feels more confident because you have the scaredy cat character.
But the dynamic is important because it really defines, is the scared character scared from, like, knowing there is danger and there being real danger, or are they just
Conscious of mortality.
like sort of ignorant of what's out there, and that terrifies them because it's unknown and facing the unknown? So there's like the, I don't know what's out there and that scares me, or I know exactly what's out there and that scares me, is kind of the dynamic. And then you have the protagonist where they know what's out there and they're like, we can do that. Whether they like fully know, they like have enough of an idea. And that's like the what was the name of the kid in Rugrats, the kind of main kid? Pickles. Remember his little brother was Dill.
Stu?
That's his dad.
Grandpa?
Yeah. He was like confident, and I know that we can do this, but then you have the other end, which is Winnie the Pooh himself, which is just like, he's dumb, and his, brain is full of fluff, so he doesn't know. Tommy Pickles. Yeah.
You just introduced your kid to the old Nickelodeon kids show Kablam.
He was concerned for us.
That was a weird show.
Yeah.
That was another claymation one, if I remember.
I haven't thought about Kablam in probably since the 90s.
I feel like you show your kid Kablam or any of those shows, and the kid would just be like, I think I understand your weirdness now.
Oh, man. Yeah. Looking at Kablam images. Well, it would
yeah. It had all
action figures.
Yeah. Yeah.
And claymation.
It was like
this mixed media.
Oh yeah. It was. They did a bunch of little mini things. So there was the superheroes where they were stop motion action figures, and then they had the alien and caveman claymation.
Yeah, they had that.
Where it was an alien trying to teach a caveman, and the caveman would usually just hit him with a club or something.
Yeah, it was a very mixed medium show.
Yeah, kind of. I think Robot Chicken did that later, but for adults. And
are we sure that Kablam wasn't also for adults and they just let it
air
show to
Nickelodeon?
kids?
I don't know.
There's so many things that we grew up with that, reflecting on it now, I'm like, they let kids see that? So some of the scary stories from Are You Afraid of the Dark were, a little scary. And, excuse me, and they would be, tense to watch, but they would usually resolve with a, yeah, and then,
sometimes it would resolve with
happily.
Or
is it so, they would have the occasional ambiguous ending, but it was always very clear that these are scary stories around a campfire.
I mean, that's the whole framing device.
Then there's Goosebumps, and Goosebumps was just this isn't a story, this is something that they just tell the story of the book. There's no narrator of it.
Yeah.
And in most of the Goosebumps stories, people are straight up eaten or killed or die, and they would just show that, and fairly gruesome deaths. This is what we thought. This is fine. It's kid stuff. This. What the hell? I watch kids' TV shows today, and I've got sisters that are as much as 15 years younger than I am. So I've seen kids' media really transform through my life, because I grew up watching it, then I watch my sisters grow up watching it, and see what it is. And kids' media got a lot better while still tackling hard issues without being super messed up. in some of the ways it was presented. And I don't think I ever watched Bump in the Night, but I do remember Kablam. That show was really weird, but pretty fun if I remember.
Yeah.
Personally, like, I kind of liked it coming on.
Yeah.
We're also the generation that had to grow up with Captain Planet, which isn't the worst show ever, but it is pretty bad. Kid Kat says, and people wonder why us millennials are not okay. Oh well. The shows we watch had something to do with that, I think. Yeah. So, I'm just gonna say this because, like, she doesn't watch. I'm gonna, before I put all of my foot in my mouth, I am gonna go and just check our Twitch viewers here. Because today would be like the one time, right? Where...
Who?
Yeah, we're good. So, my mom doesn't watch. And...
Oh, you're talking about your mom. Got it.
Yeah, she doesn't watch. She'll say, like, oh, yeah, I love that stream, to, like, be nice, and it's like, you don't actually watch. You know?
That's fine.
And it's fine. You don't have to pretend like you watch. But I was at my mom's place. My youngest sister was home last week, coming back from the college she's at for spring break, visiting family back home now. And while she was here, we went over to my mom's house because my grandparents came over to see her. So it's my grandparents, my mom, my stepdad, two of us, and my sister. And we're chatting about how a recent study was published that concluded that we are... we had basically lead poisoned, like,
all of the world.
All of us. So if you were born before the year 1990, which is when the federal government officially banned leaded gasoline, and it had been banned in places before them, like state by state.
So,
And,
this is like a national average. The affected areas varied greatly based on
yes, the affected areas.
a lot of factors.
And this is the average.
Of leaded gasoline, though.
But the study concluded that if you're born before the year 1990, you lost an average of 3 intelligence points, 3 IQ points.
Which, IQ is also non-reflective of real intelligence system. But
it's a
there's sort of
handy, if wholly inaccurate, way to describe cognitive damage done to someone, done to a large group of people. So the study concluded that an average of 3 IQ points was lost from people born before 1990. And because it's an average, what that really is saying is that over the entire population, that's the average that people lost. But the likelihood of everyone losing that is incredibly low. What it probably is that they're towards the tails of that data set, meaning, looking at the set of population, you have them on a plane, it usually forms what's called a bell curve, which is a curve like that. And it looks like a bell, hence bell curve. So, towards your tails of the data, which would be people born very close to the year 1990, or people born far earlier rather than 1990, like people born in the 30s, people...
Before there was a mass amount of cars.
Yeah, people even born in the 20s that could have been part of this survey, And...
Because the car ownership really took a jump after World War II.
Yeah, it was massive, because we won't get into all the history here, but to convert America into a military power very quickly. The government paid all of the car manufacturers to change all of their production facilities to produce weapons of war, and then they also paid them to expand new factories and build all these things.
Meanwhile, we also built
Yeah.
huge highway systems so that we could theoretically
So
transport
that was
tanks.
after the war.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was talking
Yeah.
about.
So
Is like that the World War II led to a huge rise in cars and roads, basically.
yeah, for a whole lot of reasons.
Afterwards.
And that means that car ownership really jumped up. And people driving cars, owning cars, being around cars, just the sheer volume of cars that was in the nation. And we also built suburbs in mass post World War II. So commuting times went up. I mean, just everything. So there's this like central population from the late 40s, through and into the 80s, where their exposure to leaded gasoline was the highest, and it escalated and then slowly started to fall off. So this average of 3 IQ points means that some people probably were affected very little comparatively.
And some were affected quite a lot.
Yes. So I'm looking at my grandparents, I'm looking at my parents, and I tell them about this study, and I say, yeah, so like everyone born before 1990 has literal brain damage. Like, to some extent,
And, like,
we have all been impacted by
Lead
aerosolized lead poisoning.
Lead poisoning leads to things like an inability to empathize and things like that.
And
Some of the side effects of it, basically.
Yeah.
Or effects of it, I suppose. Not side effects.
some of the land actions. Sorry, I just don't like this unspoiled locations.
Yeah, for the truth of the mountains.
So it turns people into individuals that have a hard time relating to people on an emotional level, have a hard time identifying people as their emotional beings. They're all sort of, it's sociopathy light. Diet sociopathy is what lead poisoning really does to people, among other things. It also inhibits...
There's also like health issues, right?
Oh, lead poisoning is one of the worst things that can happen to a human being.
Yeah.
That's why what has been going on in Flint and continues to go on in Flint.
It's so awful.
We live in Michigan, and it's one of the greatest tragedies of our time. What happened in Flint, Michigan, and is happening still. Just because the news coverage has gone away doesn't mean
it went away.
that it's not happening.
Yeah.
And there's not nearly enough being done for that. I mean, like, there just isn't. And there is not a quick fix to fix that problem with the water there, but it all needs to be done, and it needs to be done as fast as possible and more quickly than we're going. Lead poisoning is terrible, but we were talking about this study with people, especially our parents, kind of referencing Kid Kat and the two of us, because we're all around the same age. Our parents all have lead poisoning. And we're telling my mom, my stepdad, and our grandparents who also have lead poisoning, and we do too. All of us do to some extent. And they looked at us and were just like, yeah, we do. And you could get the reaction that they weren't saying, wow, that is really tragic. I am processing this I have lead poisoning thing. They were like, yes, other people do have that.
That's why they're so awful and I'm great.
I'm like, oh my god.
That was the vibe. That
Well, it was very much the vibe. All four of them. And they never watch this, so there's not going to be a repercussion for me talking about this. And even if they did, I'd still say it because it's really disturbing and they should be confronted with the fact that they're perfectly okay with the idea that they have lead poisoning, apparently. It really shouldn't be.
Yeah.
I think... So the TV that we watched was largely influenced by the people who were like, there's kids, doesn't matter what, like, they're fine, I'm gonna watch whatever, like, you know what I mean? I got that vibe from looking back at my childhood programming. Like, people really did just think whatever was okay.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah. Ren and Stimpy.
Oh, that show was weird.
Oh boy. Look back at that show. That one was weird. And what the Ren and Stimpy guy, I think he turned out to be not great.
He was bad.
I don't know everything he was accused of. Let's see, what... I know that he was accused of some really bad things. Yes, he was accused of sexual abuse. And was alleged to possess child pornography on his computer. Yeah. Yeah, he was accused of these things. He could not be investigated because the statute of limitations had passed. Yeah, so that's great. That feels good. That's what we grew up with. I feel like a lot of our programming as children was just so messed up. Over the weekend we were talking about how Jeff Foxworthy, I think, a new comedy special, and he's whining about participation trophies and kids getting participation trophies, and I found it to be the most bizarre, whiny complaint of, like, specifically our parents' generation, because, like, we as children, we didn't have, we didn't go to the schools or soccer league or whatever and go like, I want a trophy too. I showed up. No, it was our parents that did it. Like, they were running everything. They're the adult in the room, and they're the ones who chose to give us participation trophies. What, like, and they get mad at us like, I just want a participation trophy. I've never met a millennial that really wants that, or someone from Gen Z. I've never met anyone who actually wants a participation trophy. And I feel like this was a weird phenomenon where all of our parents growing up in the 90s, late 80s and 90s, they all wanted a participation trophy, but they couldn't give it to themselves. They had to give it to the kid, so the kid could have something. Yeah, that they could then show off. I feel like that's how I feel about that. I feel like that's probably what happened. I remember getting a couple of participation ribbons. I don't ever remember a trophy for participating. I always thought the participation stuff was like pretty dumb because I looked at them like, yeah, I know. Why do I care about having a dumb ribbon? When I was a kid, I sucked at sports. Not very good now. I've got, you know, exercise-induced asthma. So I'm not super fast. I can't go really hard for very long because I just run out of breath. And I don't have the greatest hand-eye coordination in the world. And I never pretended to have any of those things. But I remember thinking, I'm not very good at these sports. Why are you giving me a ribbon that says I was present? Oh. Did you just wake up, Sophie? My puppy just woke up. And she wants something. What do you want, sweetheart? Come here. You're just staring at me. I don't know what you want, sweetheart. Are you bored down here? Well, when Mama comes back, I'll tell her to let you run around upstairs. This is the kind of streaming channel where we unpack childhood trauma. Like generational childhood trauma. Not specific childhood trauma. That's what a therapist is for. What on earth noise are you making over there? My dog is asleep. I don't know if you can hear that, but my dog is making the best noises today. Are you gonna be okay there, sweetie? Yeah, she'll be fine. We continue to, hey, hon. Welcome back. And she's bored.
Sophie's bored?
Oh, yes. Can you let her upstairs?
Sophie, are you bored?
Yes, she's very bored. She'd like to go upstairs, please. Thank you. We have been reading the book, Midnight Sun. That is the Twilight novel. So it's a novel Twilight, told from the perspective of Edward as opposed to Bella. And we're getting further into the book. Shall we read it together? We read it out loud. Well, I read it out loud, and I do the voices. And reading Edward's monologue through here and seeing how much of just
A creepy stalker, yes?
a self-aware creepy stalker. Because he doesn't go just like I will sit and stare through the window at this girl, which is a totally normal thing and is perfectly fine. He's like, I'm gonna go stare through the window at this girl, which is creepy, and I'm sick.
But I'm still gonna do it. Like, that, I don't think that makes it better.
It doesn't make it better, but like it makes it more humorous to read.
That's true. Only because you know that, like, what's gonna happen, though.
Yeah. So if you're like, I love that this is what happened, and Stephanie Meyer had already written out that he had been doing this, so she's just sort of elaborating on the existing canon. It's not, oh yes, I'm gonna elaborate on how creepy it really was. No, it was already this creepy, and now she's just giving us the insider thoughts on it. And it's so just weird to read his, like, super emo mess of a, like, thought process through this. It's pretty funny. I enjoy reading this book. Because Edward gets very self-reflective about all of his actions and how awful of a person he is, and then just continues doing them. And this is like her way of going, well, I can't make him that much of a stalker, because, yeah, people raised some pretty good points to me in years since, like, he's not a great person. He, like, gaslights her and is this emotional whiplash constantly. Like, Edward's not a good person. And I mean, this is the only way that she could, like, make him in any way sympathetic.
But it's just, like, piling on the self-hatred.
Yes, by, like, quadrupling down on the self-awareness and self-hatred.
So this is something that I think about while we're reading it, is, you know how, you're reading a book and you sort of create a picture of what these characters look like, right?
Yeah.
Having seen the movie Twilight before reading the books, in my case, like, I already, sometimes it's like, oh, you read the Lord of the Rings, and now, and you had your own version of Frodo in your head. And then you see the movie, and you're like, okay. And now you have, like, and it can, like, mess with how you pictured Frodo, because now you have, like, a visual an actor portraying Frodo.
Like, you might have always pictured Frodo as sort of, I don't know, like, dumpy and dumb looking and
right,
just sort of
more like average looking, and than like a Hollywood actor tends to.
And then you see, Daniel Radcliffe playing him.
Really? You made that joke.
He has to make that joke. It's the best joke because they always get mistaken for each other.
Yeah, they do, for some reason.
For some reason, Elijah Wood and Daniel Radcliffe always get mistaken for each other. And I will freely admit that they are both very generic white boys. They are, but
I think they would concede that point.
Yes. But they don't even have the same like
facial structure.
And one has a beard. Like, come on.
Like their noses are entirely different.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They don't even look a little bit like each other. Whatever.
But and then it's like, okay, maybe now after reading Lord of the Rings again, after watching the movie, you're gonna have a little bit of Elijah Wood on Frodo now, rather than whatever you would have come up with as your personal sort of envisioning of Frodo. So the question, I guess, is like, well, what I sort of think about is like, what would I have imagined these characters look like?
These trees.
No, I think it's for the festival that's going on, the Little Ladies' Day. But you know, sometimes I have to go like, okay, what would I have imagined Edward looking like, rather than just have Robert Pattinson, you know, for example. or what do I imagine Bella looking like? You know, because you get like character descriptions, like they talk about how Bella's super pale and has brown hair, right? That I think they made recently in the book very specifically had to mention how her hair has a little reddish tint in the sun, for example.
Yes.
Sort of an auburn color. But like, so you get like, you can get character descriptions like that, but you don't get like a detailed description of how they actually look, usually. It's usually just like, their eyes were this color, you know? And then in some cases, you don't get that at all. And a lot of times, people ignore them for their own headcanon, basically. I never read them, so I'm not coming from like a place of great knowledge here, but I remember seeing that there were people online who are pissed about a Hunger Games character having a black man playing the character, and they're like, but he's supposed to be white, you know, people online being racist, basically, when the book itself states explicitly that he is black.
Yeah.
Like they can't, like it's not even like the character was apparently, again, I've never read it, explicitly stated to be black, and they cast a black actor, and yet, like, people were pissed that he wasn't white because in their head they ignored that thing and were like, no, he's definitely white. Damn. So like everyone has their weird like head things, like head pictures of well, not everyone, there are some people who can't visualize things. But so I don't know, I just sort of I try and think about like what would I have pictured Edward looking like, is what I'm getting at, I guess.
And that is a very good example of, if you have an opinion, think for a moment, and
Before
then
posting it online?
probably shut the hell up.
Before posting it online.
Because a whole bunch of people just outed themselves, so like, I only imagine white people doing things in books.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's like, well done.
Maybe you should have just shut up.
Maybe you should have just shut the hell up.
Do you remember that happening?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Like I've never seen any of the Hunger Games movies, read any of the Hunger Games books. I just remember seeing the online discourse about it when it was coming out. So
Same thing happened when, and this is different, but the Harry Potter stage play, what it's called, and it doesn't matter, had cast a black woman to portray Hermione. And people got up in arms.
And the racists came out of the woodwork, basically.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing that at all, but I wasn't
It's
paying
just like,
attention.
first, like, yeah, we get it. She was originally portrayed by a white actress, and people judge her as white. But she is a fictional character.
Yeah, this, like, that's what I really don't get, like, when people are like, you didn't cast this fictional character as, like, the way I want it to be, regardless of how it is. Like, I've seen so many, like, stage plays and stuff where they just, like, alright, we're gonna gender swap this character because we've done this Shakespeare play 50 million times, and people are like, yes, this is an interesting retelling of the story. You know?
Yeah.
Like that I've seen so many times, and like I never have seen anyone upset about stuff like that. You know, hell, one of the best renditions of Hamlet I've ever seen was like an all-black cast doing Hamlet, and it was absolutely amazing. The staging was so good, and like the performances were fantastic.
It's almost like
And no,
shouldn't get caught up so much in how our fictional characters
and
are
it's like
portrayed.
Hamlet is specifically set in, or no, sorry, it was Macbeth. Ugh, my brain is off today. It was Macbeth, and you know, Macbeth is specifically set in Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't matter.
No, it doesn't. Especially in the cases of... Give me the cream and the coffee with a refill.
I'll do the same.
Especially in cases of traditionally... characters traditionally portrayed by white individuals. It really does not matter. White people have held on to the power so long that it might be nice to do less of that.
Yep. So I know, like, they're doing the live action Disney remaking live action thing with, like, Little Mermaid, right?
Yeah, with Halle Bailey?
I think so. You know, again, I don't keep up on all this stuff very much, but I remember seeing... I see people yell about shit online because, you know,
That's what people do.
people can't shut up.
I mean, in fairness to everyone, we are young people right now.
I mean, yeah, but that's what we're supposed to do. And we're not yelling.
I'm just being
Fair.
self-aware.
Yeah, we're complaining.
Absolutely.
But we're complaining about people being racist assholes.
And unfortunately, you can complain about that a lot. Yeah, but man, just if you're like, I'm gonna say racist thing, like, just not being racist. I don't know what to tell you at this point. Just stop.
But I mean, speaking from a place where we maybe have more cachet, like I am pretty tired of Hollywood casting cis people for trans roles, for example.
Oh yeah. And you know, full credit to Halle Berry on this. I think it was last summer or 2 summers ago. I forget, it was 2020 or 2021. She was attached to executive produce a film about a transgender character.
Trying to see what that about.
And she was slated to play the trans character. And the trans community went, could you maybe not do that? Because, like, why don't you give that role to a trans character?
A trans actor.
Yeah, to a trans actor. And she was like, yes, that is a very good point. I think that I should not take this role and should give that to someone who is what's being portrayed. And did that, and stepped aside. And then everyone went, well, thank you, very good. We appreciate you actually listening to us. And she was like, yeah, it wasn't hard. You were correct. And that was excellent. Well done, Halle Berry. I'm not sure what exactly the cat wants.
But he is very loud. I think he just wants attention.
Probably.
This is the.
Oh yeah, I think he did just want attention.
This is the evilest Mexican. I have about 5 seconds before he gets angry at me for yelling and starts attacking me.
Well, he won't do it this time because now you've said something.
That's what I mean to make me look bad.
Exactly. I really need to deposit stuff, so I need to go make a retainer.
Oh, retainer making
Like,
segment.
I need to make a retainer.
Do you know where to do that?
Didn't you go to the...
Sapphire.
Yeah, little bell?
Well, first you have to go to the retainer maker.
I would like to create an
Go
person,
left.
please.
Go down the road.
Down the road. Okay.
Go left where you see that market board and something down. And talk to the retainer locate.
Hello, Chichabi. I would like to create one person. Hire a retainer.
This is my job now, I can't.
Yeah, you're not.
I will be attacked.
Live pretty society, sure.
That would be like, that's like your character. So if you want to make a copy of your current character.
Do you want a male retainer? Or a female retainer?
That's what you call.
So I can have a human, an wolf,
No.
a cat
Tabaxi.
girl. Yeah, basically a tabaxi.
With the lion.
Meow, meow, meow. A Goliath, Dragonborn, Catboy, like
Big cat.
Tigger Boy, and Bunny
There.
Girl and Bunny Boy.
There is a bunny race in Dungeons and Dragons.
Is there?
Yeah.
What's it called?
They came out with Wild Beyond the Witchlight, I believe.
Oh, I think so, yeah. A small boy? Oh, my. He's just like, I am naked now, thank you.
Deal with it.
And unique. Oh, what's your unique?
Heron gun.
Herondon. I think, I'm gonna have, I want someone that I could go have brunch with and get Prosecco drunk. So I'm gonna have a cat girl.
Another cat. So like you,
Yes, yes.
you're definitely one note person, aren't you?
I'm not necessarily, I'm not like just one no.
I have variations on cat girl. I'm just joking. Go for cat girl. Then you hit check.
Check. Ah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sun, moon,
I think you're a keeper of the moon.
I think I'm a keeper of the moon, so I'm gonna have a seeker of the sun. Yeah.
Are you awake in the daytime or are you awake at night kind of cat, right?
She's gonna be as tall as possible. And I don't really care much.
What? You don't care about your retainer? They're gonna be holding all your stuff.
I like that the tail goes up when they're mad.
Yeah.
That just, it's hilarious to me. Sure, that boys. Face paint?
Yeah, it's a face paint.
Yes.
John's a gigolo makeup.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, I got my fight. Scratch there. I'm gonna just turn the face paint off for a minute. Let's do some highlights. There's some black highlights. Purple and black. She's an emo cat. Can I get like an emo haired? This is kind of a gothy hairdo.
Go down. I think there's a good emo one.
Is there a good emo one?
It's Final Fantasy.
That's true. There's got to be a good emo haircut in here.
Like that one?
No. No, I don't need to be the waitress in the doing it.
Not emo.
It's pretty emo. It's got the nice hair sign there.
Keep going.
I'm looking for emo.
Try the last one.
It's pretty emo. Yeah. That's pretty emo. I like that. Long tail.
Always maximum length tail. Forever.
And how about floof? Put some floof in there.
Like how you're like, I really don't care about this, and then you're like,
Well, then you were like,
really
you don't
care.
care about your retainer? And I was like, well, okay, fine. Take some time to do retainer. And, oh, well. Of course she needs to go
you do love that.
Yeah, there you go. That is super cool. What should I... What nickname should I give my retainer?
Miss Kitty.
Miss Kitty?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Miss Kit. Because you can't have a space.
You can't have a space.
No.
What about a hyphen?
I don't know. I'm kind of like a Miss Kit. Is that Miss Kit? I like Miss Kit. Yeah.
It's like biscuit.
Exactly. Hi, the services of Miss Kit. Yes. Wait, why didn't I... What did it say? Oh, the name I've chosen is unavailable.
Oh, you can't have. Okay.
I don't know. This feels more important. My retainer's
This
nickname.
is pretty important. Kitty paws, meow meow.
Kitty paw.
It took.
Yeah, so kitty paw.
There you go. You did it.
I need you to hold things.
Try and organize it as you put in, because otherwise you're gonna hate yourself later.
For now, I am just putting in mining things. I feel like I need more copper ore, probably. I don't have a whole lot of the lower level stuff. Some gin. Here's some soapstone. Is rock salt my thing?
Yes.
I thought, but wasn't sure. There's a whole lot of like, I got this one time. I'm taking some of the gemstone stuff and setting another tab,
Trying to be organized.
yeah, a little bit. You know what I have been wanting to like play for a little while, but then every time I think about it, I'm like, Minecraft. Every time I think about starting up in Minecraft, I'm just like,
You're just like, I'm already exhausted.
Yeah.
Because of how much, like, startup there is.
Oh, there's so much startup. And this isn't a criticism of the game.
We love
like,
Minecraft.
it really isn't.
Well, no, it might scratch that itch. Valheim.
Yeah. I've been thinking about playing Valheim.
We could do that.
Maybe we'll do like an occasional Valheim stream.
We could do that.
We have been playing Valheim for a while. And really quite enjoy the game, too. Level 90 weapon coffer? Is that a high level thing?
Item level 90.
Yeah. I'm just gonna put some... I got a lot of these weapon coffers.
Yeah, those will be useful when you start leveling another class.
Yeah.
Because we never bothered.
No, we never bothered to
them.
open them up. Because it honestly doesn't really matter all that much.
Yeah.
I just got a message about something settings file, one or more of your client settings files, which include your hotbar settings, failed to save. Okay.
Nice.
Cool. What do you think? Yeah. This is the most exciting content in the world.
Oh.
Organizing bags, mining. This is what happens when we're tired on a Monday.
Yeah. Which is every Monday.
No, not really.
No?
No. We are not tired every Monday.
That's true. We are tired on a Monday after filming a one-shot.
Yeah, one-shots are a whole lot of fun, but they take a lot of effort. They really do. Grapeseed garden cultivation?
Housing.
I see. I'll put them in there. Just cleaning up the cleaning out my bags. I have so many things in here. Just tons of stuff.
Yeah, I need to sit down and do the same thing. But I'll probably do that down the road here. Because I have to think about what I want for my retainer.
Oh, is it your time to make a retainer?
No, I'm just...
I'm gonna put that camera over to you.
No.
'Cause I am organizing
I know, I love
imaginary things in a bag.
I love it, though. I'm going after Truth of the Mountain Rocky Outcrop.
I'm finally putting my Aetherite tickets in the bank so it doesn't ask me if I want to use it.
Every time.
Why on earth would I ever want to use it?
Never gonna use these. They're for... I need to
They're
have them forever.
limited, and that means to never ever use them. What are they thinking? Should never using your limited use item. What?
What sort of monster?
You're gonna use that? What an idiot! What a loser! Ah, man. More for us though, right? Yeah, that's a Wedding Crashers.
I never saw it.
Oh, no?
Yeah. Wasn't that Owen Wilson?
Yes, it was.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, wow, that's great. I've never been so impressed by a thing happening. Ah, great. Luke and Owen Wilson.
Huh?
The two of them are just like the most, yeah, I'm existing kind of characters. It's great.
I'm just filling out my gathering log. That's all I'm doing. Nothing super exciting.
The egg of a domesticated chicken. Is that like a cooking thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cooking is the most annoying crafting class to develop.
Because
Because you need a ton of ingredients, and it's not always easy to get them.
nice.
And you need a large variety. So you're like, I want to make like 50 stews, and it's like, alright, the stew takes 6 different ingredients to make. Good luck.
It's like, you would like to make some stew.
Why is this so realistic? In its ingredient list.
Why? You have to go get a potato. They grow on the other side of the planet. Oh, you would like some chicken stock? You must go. Well, murder some chickens and boil them. Why?
Yeah,
And
actually.
you must take this all in real time.
Oh, and you do actually have to do stuff like, oh, you need chicken stock. That's a different recipe. That
Oh, then you have to
requires
make the
like chicken and water. And you have to like produce chicken stock with it. And then, yeah,
Wow.
it's culinarian is a annoying class.
Is there, like, benefits to doing this?
Yeah, culinarian, you level it up.
But is there, like...
I mean, yeah, you can. It's a good buff thing, and you can sell it for like rating and stuff. You know. at
Can
the
you?
highest level. Yeah. Unlike some other MMOs, they actually did a good job in this game keeping all of the crafting classes relevant.
Huh. Well, how's about that?
So,
A game that keeps
an
crafting
aspect of their game
relevant. Never thought I would have seen that coming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot that I had this buffalo calf.
Yeah, you should
Yeah.
learn it.
Cooking shit.
Did you ever use your key to get your Magitech armor mount?
I don't know. That's why I'm going through this.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess, isn't it?
Because we just been pushing through, and it's like, I don't know what's going on. I'd like picked out a bunch of rewards for things. I have no idea what's going on.
There's the armor. That's for the Magitech mount. That will let you recreate your character and change their name. So if you want to change their race and name and stuff. If you ever get tired of being a kitty.
Get tired of being a kitty. Who do you think I am?
I have thought about becoming a kitty with you.
Are you tired of being a Rogadin?
No, I love Rogadin, but I don't know. I like being a kitty with you. And I know you like kitties.
Meow, meow, meow. That was one of the more odd things growing up. Mr. Rogers and I forget all of the what was his made-up land? Is it the Kingdom of Fantasy or Imagination or something like that?
I don't remember.
With Good King Friday and everything?
Yeah.
But he had a cat character in there. And the cat would just go meow, 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 meow.
Yeah.
Yes, you do. You should hang on to all of this. Yes, yes, hang on to all my things. Yes, absolutely. Spirit bond person. Oh, okay, so that's... What is this weak paralyzing potion? Reduce temporary loss of motor skills. Is that supposed to... I don't know. I don't know about that. I'll keep the materia over there. I don't need to expend materia. Thank you, my retainer.
Should I make my retainer?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There I go. Look ridiculous. I'm running around in, like, shorts and, like, tattered... Are those holes in this thing? Are they, like...
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that's some more light to it.
No, I think you have like garters.
They're garters. Okay, couldn't quite tell. Well, it's nighttime in the game, so it's a little hard to see things.
All right. So what should my
What should your
retainer be?
I think your retainer. So, Rokugan, they're the tallest group in the game, right?
Yeah, up there with Hrothgar.
So it looks like you're a little taller than Hrothgar.
Yeah, if you max out the height scale.
I think your retainer should be a Lalafell.
Yeah, like
Yes.
like Tataru.
Yes, like Tana, and make them the shortest that you can make them.
Should I be Plains folk or Dunes folk?
So Rokugan are from like a fairly
Oceany.
Dunes folk. We're going
Am
on a
I
theme
just
of
going
opposites.
opposite?
Yes. Short. Very short, yes.
Like, the bus size option's like it's a Lalafell. That's fine. Alright. Hairstyle.
I don't have time to join your fate.
It's very ostentatious hair for a Lalafell.
Oh, yes. Absolutely,
No,
yes.
No.
I think that she needs to have the biggest hair.
The biggest hair.
The biggest hair. You were close. It demand choice, Shell. Oh, look at that.
The Final Fantasy hair.
Yes.
All the gel.
All the gel. It is just a pile of gel
With a little hair in there.
with a person. All that I have left here is the Cobalt Ore. Do you know what I have to get? What we have to do for like the level 50 quest? What you have to gather?
Yeah. It's Dark Steel.
Dark Steel.
Which you can only get from doing the Knowledge of the Mountain in Korthos Central Highland from in like Eorzea time, like 1 to 4 a.m. in Eorzea time.
What is...
So go up to your clock and then click on it. Click on it again. That's Eorzea time. So it goes a lot faster, as you can see. It's like 5 seconds for a minute. So you have to be in Korthos from, I think it's 1 to 4 a.m. for the, there's like a 1 hour period or something like that.
Huh.
For it to appear.
Okay.
I mean, click on, are you in Korthos? No, you're in, the Ceruleum.
Let's see here. Oh, I'm swinging it. Got one. Wow. This is a cool model over here. Flame Sergeant Dalvad.
Oh, it's like a ghost monster. That is pretty cool. Why don't you put it on your screen?
Neat. Cool. I think my favorite innovation from Final Fantasy is the sneaking while you mine and stuff. They can just, yeah, I'm just gonna disappear. I like that.
It is nice.
Back to watching what you do.
Which is making a Lalafell from my retainer.
I like the black with white highlights.
Thank you.
I like that. That's almost as emo as the purple with black highlights.
Oh, black lipstick. Oh.
You know? Could be.
Well, obviously ears maximum length.
I realized that this this tank I wore, because it was green here, and I hadn't really thought about it. And
Oh, is it being keyed?
lightly, not fully.
Can you see my hand through your
That
shirt?
is not how that works.
What do you mean?
That's
I'm
not
pretty
how
sure.
it works.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works. What's my retainer's personality?
Your retainer's personality.
Serious.
You want a serious Lalafell?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now, I think you need to name the retainer now? Yeah.
What should my Lalafell's retainer's name be?
Martha.
Martha's definitely taken. Yeah.
Martha 1.
I don't think you can have numbers unless it's Marthone.
Marthone. Marthone.
There.
Martha 1. Hello, Martha 1. Wait, 1. How about, Heather?
These are all like just regular names. They're definitely taken.
I can't believe this.
Just cute.
Susan.
Judy. I'm sure Judy's not taken. Oh wait, it was. Susan. Oh, let's see here.
Natasha.
Oh, that one. That's such an out there name. There's no famous superheroes with that name or anything.
Black Widow. Yeah, yes.
No, I'm not naming my retainer Black Widow.
Hawkeye.
I feel like you're not taking this seriously.
Tony Stark. Let me summon my female Lalafell
How
retainer.
about
Tony
MODOK?
Stark. MODOK.
War Machine.
War Machine.
How about Thanos was right. That fits.
Does it? No. It does.
Do I need it?
I think you could probably get Thanos.
I probably could.
I like that idea. This is a very unique name, very unconventional.
Oh, wow.
That I'm sure no one Tattoo.
Tata 2 instead of Tataru. Instead of Tataru, it's Tata 2.
I like Tata too. Or the oft forgotten about sister of Tataru, Tatahu.
No.
The first clever one I come up with, and you're like,
How about Tata 2 but with a U instead of an O-W-O?
yeah,
That actually sounds like a Lalafell name.
Tata Too Fast, Too Furious.
It took. It's Tata 2.
Yes, now I'm gonna call her Tata Too Fast, Too Furious.
Alright, go to you now because I'm gonna be putting stuff in a bag. There we go.
It means toy shield.
What?
It means toy shield.
What?
It means toy shield.
What?
It means toy shield. I don't think the joke gets better the longer we do it.
It's working for me.
You ever just keep going on a joke and you're like, it ain't working. And the only reason you keep going is because
You hope it starts
you
working.
just hope it starts to work. That was this, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Cobalt ore.
What?
Getting a cobalt ore.
What?
Getting a cobalt ore.
Oh. What?
Oh, what? Huh? Oh, it's in Eastern Thanalan. I don't know where in Eastern Thanalan. I'm gonna go to Drybone. I'm gonna fly around here. Coffee is really at the neck, and everyone loves it. Unspoiled mineral deposit. Whoa. I have an unspoiled mineral deposit.
Oh, from your mountain view.
Yeah. Wow. There it is. Okay. Should I this? So I got the Comblin larva here.
Oh, nice.
I got that.
Yeah. I would go for the gold one.
Is it rare?
I mean, anything from there is rare. Actually, where are you? I should go while you're there.
I am in Eastern Thanland.
Yeah.
So come up to Burgundy Falls and you have to go through the tunnel there. So this is just giving me a stack of 3. Is gold ore rare?
Anything from... You can only get the things that are in the unspoiled deposits from the things that are in... from unspoiled deposits.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so only gold... You can only get gold from unspoiled deposits.
From specific yeah, you should get gold ore.
Okay.
And just get as much as you can, basically. I would just keep getting gold ore. Because when you're doing like jewel craft, goldsmithing and stuff, you'll want it. You know?
Yeah. Wow, I got a goblin larva. Cute. Okay.
There we go. I got the copper larva too. I had a gregarious worm in mine.
I did too, yeah.
It looks like it's for chocobos.
I don't see anything. I'm not finding any mining opportunities or this area. Oh, okay. Northern. Good stretch. Good stretch. So I'm thinking we might want to take a little break soon. Come back and then maybe just run a few duties on our characters.
Yeah. Something a little more exciting than sorting inventory.
Yeah. Something just a little different, right? I don't think that... I don't know how unspoiled veins work.
So they appear... You have to have Truth of the Mountains.
Yes.
And then they will appear at set times. And that's the only place to get whatever is in those.
Okay.
And there's only like one
Per zone.
basically.
Okay. So I just happened to go to the right place
Yes.
at the right time.
Yes.
And that was it. Okay. Alright, I feel pretty... No. Oh, so you can just go into Morgoth. Oh, and there's an unspoiled Rocky Outcrop inventory right now.
Just like,
Oh.
I'm doing it again.
So, was this where, like, the...
Comment.
Yeah. Was that where that big battle took place?
Yeah. It's also kind of where the crystals all over.
Unaspected crystals. There's more of those.
I think those are generally available at any of them. There's a shitload. Awesome.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna...
Good, one of each.
Yeah, I think you only get 5 strikes on these.
Yeah.
Is there a way to... Okay, so I would use 12's bounce.
Mm-hmm. I was able to get it. I just did Sharp Vision 7 as in
Yeah.
Tom's Bounty.
I did Sharp Vision 3.
And I got one of each. So one hit.
Yeah. Alright. That was a lot. Down there.
Mm-hmm. Really filling out that line.
I am, yeah.
I'm going to Korthos quick. I forget if it's 1 to 4 a.m. or p.m. in Eorzea time, but we're past 1 p.m. in Eorzea time, so I figure I'll take a look and see if the Dark Steel is here.
Apparently, I haven't been paying attention to the quarrying at all.
Yeah, quarrying
Pushing
is
my
separate
mind
from.
yeah.
If it's in a question mark that means from
Yeah. Starting to figure that out.
Alright. So you want to take a little break quick? And,
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Central Family real quick and just see if I pick up like a does it look like? Because it seems to pop in the moment, like if you're anywhere in the region.
Yeah, and like within like 5 seconds, it should alert you.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going to be here. Yeah, so why don't we take,
A little break and then run some not strikes.
yeah, so we'll run some strikes.
Find Destiny.
We'll run a couple of duties.
Duties.
Yes, so we'll be right back.
Yep.
Take the opportunity to go to the bathroom and check on the dog.
Yep.
See you later, folks. Hey, folks.
Hey.
Welcome back. We are bathroomed up, and so's the dog. We're back. We're gonna do some duty finder.
Duty finder.
Yeah, we're gonna do some duty finder in a minute. But she just found another unspoiled vein, so we're gonna go get that real quick.
It's just some astral rocks. Classic astral rock.
There it is. Yeah, I'll use Sharp Vision 3 to guarantee that I definitely get that.
Yeah.
And, get that dark matter monster. And I'll get that astral rock. Which one should I take more of?
Probably the astral.
Yeah.
I have no idea, but, it seems reasonable. Alright, so we just want to do duty finder, right?
Yes. Yeah, everyone's going over here. So I am gonna switch my job.
Your non-gathering.
Yeah. So it's like 1 a.m. to when? Is that special?
1 a.m. to 4 a.m. A or Z time.
You think we have time to run one and then...
No, it'll probably be past it when we go.
Yeah? Probably so. Maybe we'll stick around just because we know that's coming up.
We can, yeah, for sure.
We're just shifting around what we're doing. So we're gonna wait. Where is that vein? It's supposed to...
It's here in Korthos.
It's here in Porthos.
Yeah.
So we'll kill just...
It's about 10 p.m. in Eorzea time, and it's
5 seconds per minute.
Yeah. I'm gonna double check quick. That is correct. Korthos Central Highlands, it is 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. Eorzea time. Unspoiled mineral deposits. And you need to get 3 of them for whatchamacallit. So I'm gonna just mine some more jade, I guess. So there's like some good quarrying to be done. It's 10:20 p.m. in Eorzea time.
Yeah. Just wait a few minutes.
I think that the way that Eorzea time works is that it goes through 1 day cycle in an hour. 1 full 24-hour period in an hour.
I mean, that seems to make sense, I think. I don't know.
Hour of real time, it is.
Wait, Mac, I mean, you've been on me a lot today.
I know.
Yes.
I prefer it.
No, I don't like it.
People judge my weird yellow outfit.
Do they?
Yeah.
I don't think they do.
Everyone is judging. You're judging it. Quest Whale is judging it.
You know, maybe instead of gathering the jade, what I'm gonna do is like actually gather up some of the elemental crystal things, because you end up needing a lot of those.
Yeah, but they're way more collectible, I think, in the higher level areas that we're not and we can't get to yet because we're not in whatchamacallit. The MSQ hasn't advanced yet. You know.
Oh. No, I don't, but that's okay.
The main story quest gets you into areas where you can get more crystal.
You get more crystal later, okay.
Pretty sure.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
Alright, if I'm wrong, yeah,
I'll just judge you.
for my yellow outfit. Like, it gave me very bright yellow clothes. It matches my carbuncle.
It did give you very bright yellow clothes. So, it's been a couple years since I started playing this. You've been playing this for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But at the first summer of the pandemic, you got me into the game, and we would, play in the evening, be pretty casual and stuff.
Yeah.
And I had purchased the motorcycle.
Yeah.
And I really like the motorcycle in the game. I think it's a very cool piece. But I do have one issue that I wish they would just go and, like, add. I wish when you flew, if it got, like, little wings or something, and, like, a little jet out of it.
Rather than just floating.
Yeah. Because it just seems like it should.
I think the problem is that it was designed before flying was available.
Yes.
So what they did in general, except for, some of like the winged ones where they wouldn't really have to change the model, they just have to change the animation to make them fly.
Yes.
Generally speaking, what they did is they basically just said, well, it floats now.
Yeah. So like this,
it already had the wings, so they drop the wings down.
Yeah, you get like it kind of goes into a fly mode.
Yeah.
And like that's
But they didn't have to make a new model for it.
I'm gonna go through and just criticize things. So here's this is the Heavenly Steed. I forget like exactly what that's from.
I think that's from the this expansion.
It's got 6 hooves.
Yeah, it's like Sleipnir.
Yeah. And it's got wings and everything, that's cool. I also I got the Kingly Peacock. When I think that premiered, like, the summer we were playing.
I think so.
And we both saw it and we're like, oh my god. Because it's side saddle.
Yeah, the side saddle's nice.
The side saddle sold it for me. And it flaps, and you're running around in a giant peacock. It's amazing.
I believe that one was made after flying.
And then you're like, the SDS Fenrir. Oh man, that's cool. And it's like, it has its own little like theme song going with it. It's like, oh, this is cool. And you're like, when fly.
I don't know. It has its own charm to it, if I'm honest.
I would love for like this, like a rocket, like the exhaust pipes here. You have a lot of them.
You just have some flames come out of it or something.
They at least made you kind of. This is the neutral position.
Yeah.
This is me actually aiming downward right now, so I'll fly downward. But you're a little bit of. Like, your natural state is a slight wheelie.
There is one old, I mean, if you want, why is this mount able to fly?
Oh, no, I know the one you're gonna go to. And...
No, look at it.
Yeah, I knew that was the one you were gonna go to. And look at the whiskers! Look at the, like, creates like this aerodynamic flow.
It runs through the air.
But like the whiskers float and everything, and it kind of works. I see the SDS Fenrir. It's just a little wonky because because it's mechanical. I think you can get a lot.
Now they
away
did
with a lot
this.
more.
This is an older mount, and they did update it. So the fat chocobo, right? Yeah, it chases a Geishal green on a stick.
Mm-hmm.
When you fly, your character pulls away the glacial green, and you now hold a cake on the end of the stick to convince it to fly.
Yeah. See, little updates, just a little.
So they did actually change one mount.
And I feel like I should have, Batman Flame coming out of the tailpipe,
Right.
I want that.
That seems fair.
And
We're approaching.
some little wings, like they don't have to be very big.
We're approaching 1 a.m. Hey, where's he? Just so you're aware. So we can get ourselves our dark steel ore.
Coming up on 1 a.m. And it's 1 a.m. and nothing happened. There it is. Actually, that was really close. Okay. I'm gonna use my maximization.
You just get that dark steel.
And then, what's the number of items obtained? I don't have any other way to really
Up the,
Yeah. So there's Gregarious Worm, Dark Steel. So get the Dark Steel. I'm just gonna go with.
just getting dark steel.
I'll get one more Gregarious Worm because this isn't rare.
Once you make sure you get that dark steel.
Yeah. But then I'm going for Dark Steel. Get the Dark Steel. There we are.
Alright, now I'm going back
Moist.
to turn in the quest.
Oh yes, I can pick up the quest
Because you're level 50.
and turn it
Turn it
in.
in. There you go.
Are we now in the same level?
Yes.
You're a little ahead of me still, but
Just slightly.
just slightly.
I mostly went to the bathroom so you could catch up.
Did you? No, you didn't.
No.
What?
I said no, I didn't.
You didn't do that. You just went to the bathroom to pee.
Yeah.
Isn't there I just remember this. Isn't there a Twilight book that Stephanie Meyer wrote where she gender swaps them?
I think they talked about it.
Because I seem to remember that's a thing. Yes, Life and Death by Stephanie Meyer. And apparently, I'm kind of remembering this. A lot of people were like, because the main character is still written from the Bella perspective, and now it's like
Bellboy.
Bo Swan. And apparently it's just like the most teenage boy written by middle-aged woman perspective possible.
Sounds fantastic.
Where it's pretty. I think we need to read it.
Did they change it to a green apple on the cover?
Yes.
Nice.
Edith Cullen. Edith.
Instead of Edward.
instead of Edward. I'm gonna have to read that. And then what I'll do is just still read it as Bella. Because gay.
Yeah, there you go. That's the way to do it. Gender swap the character. Again, well, de-gender swap the character. It's confusing. Alright, so we've done the level 50 quest. Well,
I'm still doing it. What is my lowest level mining thing? I have 35, 27 there. Hands recent. So headpiece. Headpiece is the... Or sorry, chest piece is the lowest level one. Oh, I forget what the story here was.
Oh, there's like a competition between you and Wide Gully, basically. And then I think you're like helping cover for him being unable to produce.
Yeah, what's the...
Do you want me to put it on you if you're actually going through it?
Oh yeah, this is Wide Gully's dad, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah. Side adventuring mining quest? That's the one cutscene I'll stick around for.
Yeah.
And they're all cheering over a glinting rock. Glint, yeah!
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff.
the like overdone smile is so good there. We're hardly here to question your ability, though. I find myself wondering as to your motives. Why did you bring the ore? I'd like to know the same. These are the voices I'm attributing to them.
Yep.
Why stick your neck out for him? He's given me nothing but trouble. What in the seven hells are you trying to pull, Alberta? Alberta? I don't need anyone's pity. Yours, least of all. I'm not here to give you my pity, but to clear up the misunderstanding between us.
I just hope that these are actually voice acted and you're talking over them voice actors because you don't have your headphones on.
No, I don't. Misunderstanding. It has to be the squeakiest voice I can muster. Is it? No, there's no voice acting.
Oh,
We're gonna...
dang.
Listen to me, Deep Canyon. I never wanted to become Guildmaster. The responsibility was thrust upon me, and there was naught to be done for it. And also the least emotive for her. Just like totally flat and ultra deep.
Yep. She's inhaled a lot of coal dust.
Was being bandied about for the position, my first instinct was to take myself out of consideration. I spoke to the Guildmaster in private, you say, but it wasn't to connive against you. It was to give up my claim. You expect me to believe that? I can't keep doing this. So there's like this big blow up.
The big succession issue with the guild.
Like,
because why? I think his dad.
Deep Canyon was.
His dad was the guild master.
His dad was gonna be guild master,
right?
Or was in contention.
And then it was given to Adalberta.
Even though she didn't really want it, and then there's been this like big beef, and then Wide Gully was
got
like
caught up in it because
yeah. And then ego.
Yeah.
Because you've been kicking his ass, and he's like, no, actually, she's really good.
My dog is working upstairs.
I want my hair to be able to do that all on its own. Look at.
like Jessie from Pokemon.
Yeah.
Should I go see what's going on with her?
There's probably a squirrel.
Or the mail's getting delivered.
Well, I can hear where she's barking from, and she's barking from our room.
Out the back.
Which means that she's looking at, like, a squirrel.
Or Stinky and Stinky.
Yes, our neighbors have 2 dogs that we call Stinky and Stanky. They run around
Their
the yard and
names
they
aren't
smell bad.
actually Stinky and Stinky, but that's definitely what we call them.
Because they smell awful, and they are always in our yard.
Yep.
I like the collapsible, like, pickaxe concept.
Yeah, but the one you get isn't collapsible. The blue one.
Really? Because, like, the one that you have now is.
Yeah.
So the blue one isn't?
No.
The improvement is worse?
Technically, no, because an actual pickaxe that now has 2 hinge points for failure would be way worse.
Magic.
Magic. Tech.
Okay, so I don't even have, like, a chest piece choice here. I think it's then my headpiece that's the lowest. I think. And that's with my gloves.
Who knows?
So we still have to go and push MSQ if we want to get
Yeah.
higher in that. Huh?
Yeah, pretty much. To get to the areas. I mean, you can technically continue leveling, but it becomes a slower and slower grind
Oh, my
because you
pants
can't
were the lowest.
because you can't access.
Oh. I mean, that's pretty beefy thing there.
Your pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mailman. Nice. Okay.
All right.
No, we'll go over here.
Black.
Oh, no. Sorry. Redman.
So it's already 1:24. We probably only have time for 1 to 2 duties.
We started a little late. We'll go a little long.
All right. Do you want to do leveling duty? There's a level 50, 60, 70, 80 dungeons.
You take a pick. Whatever you think you'd like to do.
We'll keep it casual. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Casual. I like casual.
And it says the average wait time is 11 minutes right now for us. So, we might be waiting a bit.
Yes. And in fact, while we're doing that, while we're waiting, since I can't really progress mining all that much farther right now, can I?
Till we level up.
Yeah. Well, how do you switch to the other? Do we even have the other gathering professions? That's the botanist.
So you just equip it.
Yeah, yeah. I just didn't know what it was.
You're naked. You're not naked.
I'm not naked now. New botanist. There we go. Where do you think I'd best be able to find stuff for botany? Probably just outside, right?
Just use your duty log. Your gathering log. Guide the way. nightmare.
You got me in the middle of my teleport, so I'm spending the money anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Sneaky? Switch it back to being all sneaky like. Is it, yeah, the mature tree. I haven't done any botany. So this is all new.
It's basically the exact same as mining.
And Allegan snail. I believe it's an ingredient, huh?
Yeah, for escargot.
Latex. Maple branch. Maple log. I just leveled up a lot.
Yeah.
Those. Arbor Hall series. Okay, I'll have that one. Increases the chance of obtaining energy. Alright, so.
It's the exact same.
I know that latex is one of my things that I have for. I can turn that in as a gathering thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna get some latex. So you go up to a tree, smack it, and then gloves come out. Latex gloves.
No, I got it.
Ow.
Sorry, I thought that would be funny.
That's stings, that thing. Shit.
I'm number 31.
I'm number 40.
Wow.
So in Final Fantasy, it seems like, in my experience, there's basically very little like looting of mobs you kill. There's very little of that.
To a certain degree. When you start getting into some crafting, you'll need to grind some mobs. So, like when you're doing like the clothes making one,
Yeah.
you'll need to kill a whole bunch of like sheep to get the wool and leather for it.
But like that's the only thing you get from it, right?
Generally, yeah. I think you can get like, yeah, they don't really have a bunch. They don't really drop in this, like, I think what you might be thinking of is like vendor items, basically.
Well, so here's where I'm going.
Okay.
As I'm going by these like ground squirrels, right?
Yeah.
These level 3 little ladybugs and stuff like that. And in a lot of MMOs that we've played over the years, the creatures like that would drop a pet from killing them. You have to go around, murder a whole bunch of them, and they have like a 0.1% chance
Until you find one that has a child.
of dropping it, of that one dropping a pet that you can summon. And when you think about that, it's kind of messed up.
Yeah.
Because it's like, wait. So I had to run around and murder
like
a bunch of
100
things so I
plus.
could take one as a pet? Like, wait, what? Why didn't you just run around and, like, just get a pet?
Like, just pick one up. Like, that's it. Like,
Instead of murder.
Like, don't take, like, wild animals as pets in general, in real life. But, like,
Yeah.
I feel like just picking up a squirrel and being like, you're my pet now is a lot more humane than murdering 300 squirrels and then doing the exact same thing.
Yeah. I would generally say yes. I would rather not do that. I would rather not kill, like, a whole bunch. It's just it was so weird to me how so many MMOs, but the one I spent the most time on was World of Warcraft. And there would be a lot of times where you're running around trying to get a pet. I remember a particularly desirable one.
And we're just gonna choose to ignore that Soria murdered 2 bullets and then took an egg to raise as her own kid.
Well, they were attacking you.
They did actively attack us. And the egg was sort of left to die.
It was abandoned.
Yeah.
And I made that clear.
That is true.
That
Because it was a run to the litter, basically.
it needed help and it wasn't going to get it.
Yeah.
So, I spent a lot of time running around in WoW, and there was a particularly desirable, was it like a emerald whelpling? A little green dragon.
Yeah.
pet that
There's
you could
also like Azure and like all of the whelplings operated on the same basic thing, where you had to kill a whole bunch of them.
You had to kill a whole bunch of, specifically of the babies, the whelplings.
Yeah.
And then get lucky that one of them would be like, my corpse isn't fully a corpse, I guess? You stunned me into becoming a pet.
You wounded me enough that I'm willing to follow you forever now.
It was very weird,
Yeah.
and I found that strange. So I sort of like that all of the pets that you can get in this game don't come from just mindlessly
It's like
grinding by killing the things.
It's like I'm digging in a rare mineral spot and there's like a little earth elementally larva guy. Right.
And you're just like, oh, hi. And it's like, and then you are like, I'm your mother now. I can see why they give you 2 retainers, so you can have more storage space between the 2 of them.
Mm-hmm. You can also pay real money to have even more retainers. But you can generally get by with 2.
Just trying to gather materials.
Yeah.
There we are.
Let's see what we got. Copper bell.
Kind of a fun one. And hey, we actually know what to do here.
Uh-oh.
What?
We know what to do.
I mean, kinda.
Oh no, but we have to kill Spriggans.
mean, I'm pulling it away from the tank, but it wasn't like some stray random one that hadn't shown up. It was attacking.
No, I'm saying like you're pulling aggro. Oh, whoops.
That's the tiny key.
It's so tiny.
Yeah, that's why we missed it.
Well, they're playing Marauder, so that's sort of an off-tank role. I like that we have this bunny guy in Titus outfit.
It's not even
just
like
Titus.
Kind of vaguely Titus. It's literally the Titus outfit.
Yeah.
With a little crown.
That guy's got stuff.
I think we should tell them that we like your style. Because, I mean, it's pretty cool. And being a fan of Final Fantasy X. Ore Mora. There's part of me that's like, yeah, I could go back and play some Final Fantasy X, and then I'm like, nope, I'm just gonna let that game stay in rose-tinted lenses, nostalgia land.
Also, like, you don't have 300 hours just of nothing else to do. Because, you know, JRPGs take a lot of time.
The games that we typically play,
nowadays,
we play a little bit of this off stream, not a ton.
And Destiny off stream sometimes too.
We play Destiny off stream more, partly because of the structure of Destiny. There's
like more
weekly
push to do things.
You know. And we play a little bit of Destiny off stream, not a ton. And then with the little bit of time left, I'd say maybe we spend like a total of 10 hours a week playing games outside of stream.
Just, yeah, in our spare time, you mean?
Yeah, we probably spend about 10 hours a week.
Yeah, total.
Yeah, we get like an hour and a half a night on average. And sometimes we take a break day where we're like, yeah, we're gonna just play some games today. And when we get those days, if we're not playing Destiny together or this, usually what we're doing is you'll play Crusader Kings 3 or Stellaris.
4X games / Grand Strategy.
Yeah, and I'll really like Civ 6. And I also will play quite a bit of Stellaris, less Crusader Kings 3.
Yeah.
I really like enjoy the game, but I also get like hyper focused and a little stressed about it. So it's not always a good game for me to play. I've hit the point with Civ 6 now where I've played so much of it over the years, where I have played through challenging games with basically every
Civ.
high quality Civ.
Yeah.
There are some bad Civs.
And just mechanically, how they operate, like where they like here's a, right, I don't know that much about Civ, but it's like, hey, you have a bonus that does absolutely nothing.
So,
or at best, or even worse.
There are kind of these tiers of civs, right? And the best civs are usually the civs that gain easily manipulatable bonuses that you can like stack from the beginning of the game.
Like desert tiles give you whatever, like bonus industry or something.
Yeah, so like Mali is an amazingly powerful empire. I mean, super powerful empire. And Japan is another really powerful empire in the game because Japan gets this bonus where certain districts will give strong adjacency bonuses by putting them next to each other.
So you can like industrial district next to
a campus district or something. I forget all the bonuses. But yeah, that's exactly what it does, and you can really easily plan out your civilization to be incredibly powerful.
If you cluster.
Very, very quickly, long term, from like the beginning of the game. You know, you can do that. Oh, is that the boss? Wow, he went down quick. Another one is America.
Which one? Aren't there multiples?
Teddy Roosevelt is the America in this one. There's two different versions. There's the standard Teddy Roosevelt, and then there's the Rough Rider version.
Right.
And America doesn't have like the most powerful bonuses in the game, but does have a really powerful bonus where if you focus on the right improvements, so America gets bonuses to breathtaking tiles. So if you build the Preserve, which is a special district, and it can increase tile appeal, and what it says is you get more resources by not improving these tiles around that district. And if you place it well, you can get a whole lot from that district without spending resources to increase the production on that tile by creating builders.
I followed all.
So you have to create a builder to improve a tile, right?
Okay.
And because the ability of the Preserve is that you can gain bonus resources from unimproved tiles around it. It means that you actually improve all of the tiles and what they're doing without spending the resources on creating a builder to do anything. So you're getting these passive improvements to all that without spending resources creating builders to do that. So you get ahead by doing less.
Gotcha.
Which is really, really good. I'm just rolling greed on these, and I guess other people can't. They must already have them.
I already have them.
Yeah, I didn't have them, so I'm just picking up the minor ones. And I've gone through most of the good ones, some of the okay ones, some of the okay civs that are like, you know, doing all right.
Don't kill the blasting man.
Yeah. Because you need to let that go off, right?
Yeah. Like that.
Like that.
We mainly need to kill the Spriggan when it appears. The Spriggan Toaster.
Yeah. Just trying to build some of my abilities up and hold aggro. Well, you got to spray him pretty quick.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of think this is a cool fight because of how asynchronous it sort of is. Like, it's not... Yeah, I don't think they're vertical yet.
So, I've gone through a lot of the really good ones that, if you play them well, they have super strong, powerful advantages. Peter the Great for Russia, it can be really, really broken if you make a religious-based civilization. You can really push religious victory there, or use...
Now they're doing one. Or use...
Sorry, I was focused on trying to kill him, but you guys took him down so fast, and I don't have any AoE at this level. Or you can focus on using your faith to produce other things, which is really powerful. And I've gone through most of the really good ones. I'm on to the, like... I've gone through most of the okay ones, too. Like, for Greece, you have Sparta and Athens, represented by Gorgo and Pericles. And they're pretty good. Their big, powerful ability is that you get a bonus wild card slot in there, so you have another civ. You have another civic that you can apply in any government, which early on is really, really good, and later on is like, okay.
It's fine.
But it's a huge advantage up front.
Yeah.
And I just completed one with Poundmaker. I think is the Crete civ. And that one's pretty interesting because your thing is that you can claim territory by running a trade route through it.
Interesting.
So you can use trade routes to like go grab territory, and you get some bonuses to trade routes. It was a pretty good civ. It wasn't amazing, it was pretty good. And I've gone through all the like pretty good ones, and now I'm on to these ones just suck. And like, they just aren't good.
Like Netherlands or something?
Netherlands it has some abilities, but most of it just kind of sucks. So your big ability is that you get major adjacency bonuses by rivers. But that also means that your cities are just like whatever if you're not by a river. So that means you have to like place your cities by rivers all the time, and those positions run out fairly quickly.
Would you say that sort of like the mediocre civs have abilities that are dependent on random map generation as opposed to a good one, which is like it's innately good and can be used in almost any situation?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that sort of the difference?
Yeah, the really good ones, except for Peter the Great, Russia. The really good ones don't depend on certain map random generation so much. And they allow you to build, if you build properly, then they're super powerful. Like America and Japan, for example.
Like, because
if you build properly and you manipulate their... I'm gonna give it to Titus. I'm gonna give it to Titus.
Yeah, go Titus.
So if you build properly, you can win. You can win the game fairly easily if you build properly. But the ones that are just okay rely very heavily on tiles that aren't great. So take for example...
Quick side question.
Yeah. You want to do another?
Well, it's almost 2, and it's going to be like a 15-plus minute wait to even get into a dungeon.
Oh, well, let's do one more.
Okay.
Yeah, we started late, so we'll go a little longer. So Peter the Great, with Russia. So Russia, Mali, and then there's one other one. Is it Ethiopia? Why am I blanking on her name right now? Well, but there's 3 civs. One in Russia that gets a lot more from tundra.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
With district bonuses, gets a lot more with tundra. You re-queued us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't
And
you say that one of the more boring ones was like Canada?
yeah, and I'll talk about that. Because that's where I'm going with this.
Oh, okay.
So, if you make a civ that's really...
It's like independently good.
Well, you have your really good civs in that... Ooh, got some mistletoe here on this one. Ooh, how about that? I haven't seen these before. Like, a really good civ is going to use tiles either that don't depend upon like getting lucky with their getting lucky with their generation.
Yeah.
Like
The map. The random map.
yeah. So
Yeah.
Japan gets bonuses for how you place your districts, not what's necessarily around you. I mean, that helps, but you can manipulate the structure to you can manipulate how you build your cities
To get you those.
to maximize your productivity.
Right.
And that means that your planning is what gives you an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Regardless
something
of
the player
where you
control.
start.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And you
active
can get
versus
more.
passive, basically.
You can squeeze more out of it by happening to come across a really good position. I'm like, oh man, all my districts are like, they have great bonuses that give them more power just because, and they get this.
Mm-hmm.
But you can still improve a city just based on how you plan it out.
Right.
Then there are some other good civs, like Russia and Mali, that take tiles that nobody else wants,
Like tundra.
like tundra
or
and desert, and says,
These are actually really
these
good.
are really, really good for me in very powerful ways. And I can use these to do a lot. And be very productive within these regions. And if you build your civ around that, like Mali gets food production and extra gold production. So they get food from the desert, which nobody else gets.
Mm-hmm.
And they get extra gold from mines but lose production. And if you do this right with Mali, you lean super heavily on gold, and then you don't build so much, and you buy things. And if you buy the right things, and build up your city to have a lot of gold, you can actually build a civilization that's very powerful and completes things quickly, and just has a whole lot of reserves in gold. And then that opens up, like, you can have a lot of trade routes, so you can go for a diplomatic victory.
Mm-hmm.
You can try to outcompete people militarily, because you can just buy a lot of units. You know, it gives you a whole lot of things. And because it's in the desert, just like the tundra, other civs don't want to go there because it's not very productive, but it is for you. And then you have civs like Canada, which gain some productivity in Tundra, but you have to improve the tiles to do it, and even when you improve them, it still sucks. So those things just aren't good. When you're trying to eke out a victory, and it depends on you taking tiles that no one else wants, but you also don't get a whole lot from it, or it takes a lot to get those bonuses, it's just not good. The Netherlands, that requires you to place a city next to or very near a river.
Right.
Which everyone wants to do, because having a city next to a river gives you a lot of great things. It gives you fresh water, which is important in the game. It gives you the ability to build extra production. There's a special building, a water mill that you can build if your city's on a river. And it's a really good building. So you try to build on a river. And it's like, oh, great. So I just want to build where I always want to build. And now I'm competing with everyone
else
to build there.
Yeah.
And if the map generates, like, with not a lot of rivers,
so you'd say, like,
you're screwed.
So, like, the best tier mechanically are like
map agnostic.
Yeah, ones that don't care about the map. Like, the map is good, but a good map is a good map, but
yeah, like,
it's good regardless of map.
S tier stuff are the civs that just, their abilities are going to be good no matter what, and it's all about planning. That's the S tier.
Right, and then the, like, A tier
are the stuff that manipulates parts of the map that other people don't ever want.
Right. So, yeah, you can take advantage of map sections that others can't.
And then B tier are groups like Poundmaker that have kind of interesting abilities that allow them to control the map more.
But they're situational.
But they don't necessarily, like, have a long-term effect.
Right.
You know?
So they're like good abilities, but they don't have, like, a huge impact.
Yeah. The more that you are affected by the map, generally speaking, the less good your civ is.
So if you're like, oh, here's a civ that requires, basically, to be any good, it requires, like, finding natural wonders or something, right? I'm just making up one.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I made a game and didn't find any natural wonders. So,
I mean, one of the rules in Civ is you always find natural wonder, but man, some natural wonders really suck, and some are really good. And some are really good for some civs. And natural wonders are one of those things where it's like, okay, right.
or like, let's say it's like,
and
your culture requires horses to be good, and horses just don't spawn.
Yeah, now they do have some mechanics. So Tomris has.
Is that Scythia or something?
Yeah, that's Scythia.
Scythia.
I don't know if it's Scythia or Scythia, come to think of it. Tomris has abilities that rely on horses, but they have a very strong map bias to spawn near horses.
Okay, so that's like built-in protection.
Yeah, now you still have to unlock the ability to see the horses.
Right.
But there is that mechanically built in there.
To help prevent that issue.
And Tomris is really good for a military victory in certain settings. So if you're playing like deity mode, that's the hardest mode, and you're playing on like a smaller map size, Tomris can be super good because her early abilities give her an insanely strong military advantage over everyone else. And you can just, like, you know, squash them real quick. Because early game, you're so militarily powerful.
That you can do a lot of early conquering.
But if you're playing on a huge map,
where things are spread out.
where things are really spread out,
Because
Commerce didn't have all that many advantages late game. So
early military victory requires knowing where the enemy is, right?
And being able to, you know,
Get there.
outgun them, so to speak.
Yeah.
But you're not gonna get that
On a big map.
on a big map. You're just generally not gonna find that. So, not a whole lot to do, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's a sort of struggle that you have. So some civs can be pretty good in certain situations, and they're really bad at others. And some of your like S tier civs, they can be taken out by lower tier civs just because they have different advantages at different points in the game, and depending on the game you're playing, shift around. One civ that just sucks all the time is Christina. Christina is
that
Sweden, and she just sucks. Her whole thing is built around theming museums.
Neat.
And go to Red Mage, equip set, and come on. And you don't get museums until quite late in the game.
So she's just like completely useless until late game.
Yeah, and even then she's like super useless because her abilities rely around theming things, and theming, it requires a specific set of
Artifacts and paintings and stuff.
So if you want to theme you have two types of museums: your art museum and you have an archaeology museum. And archaeologists go and find dig sites from when civs previously lost.
Red.
That's a red. Okay. When civs previously lost a unit, often fighting like barbarians, or it could have been like from an old war. It has to be from a previous era, and then you go and like dig it up. So that requires that people were fighting, which is pretty common, and that you can get there, which is sometimes harder, and then you dig it up, and then you have to have artifacts from the same period. So like the ancient period, the classical period, the Renaissance period, medieval period. Yeah. Require that you have artifacts from the same period of 3 different civs. Barbarians can be one civ, and city-states can be one civ, and then civs are civs. But it's so hard to do. And it's just
like
dumb luck if you happen to get, oh yeah, you know, well, I found this, I found these artifacts, and oh, this one generated from this, because all of the artifacts that you find are based on when the unit when the unit that was killed there died, what period of time were they from? So it's totally random. And then the other thing that you can get is theming a museum. Well, theming a museum requires that you have the same type of art, right? From 3 different artists.
So they're like paintings or music.
Like
or...
a portrait or a landscape.
Oh, specifically.
Yes, or a sculpture. Now you can, of course, trade for those things. So you can manipulate that game around. And people might be willing to trade you, but if you're Christina and let's say you're in a multiplayer game, no one wants to trade with you because they know that's what you're gonna win. So you have to actually rely on incentivizing them to give you something. And if you're playing against AI, then you're relying on the AI to actually generate anything. And by the time you get here, it's like such a mid-game ability, and you have to win through cultural influence and tourism. And your culture and tourism have to dominate the rest of the globe, right? It's just, Christina's terrible. It's such a bad Civ. And this is one of the criticisms the community has in regards to Civ 6 specifically, is that the way that the game functions, it really limits the variety of Civs that you can play. In Civ 5, for example, you could play as Venice, something you can't do. Oh, I found the boys. They all came to me. They all just showed up on me. So in Civ 5, you could play as Venice. Venice is only a city-state in Civ 6. And Venice was a very interesting Civ to play. And it wasn't, necessarily a great Civ, but it was really different. And it could really disrupt the game. Drastically. Because Venice couldn't build a settler, which is the unit you need to create a new city and grow your empire. But they could create merchants of Venice.
Okay.
Through doing special actions. And if you created a merchant of Venice, you could buy a city-state. And then you own that city-state and it becomes part of your empire.
So you would eat up city-states rather than build.
Yeah, so you could, the city-state would go through all the trouble of growing their production and everything, and then you just go buy them. And that was sort of a unique mechanic. It was so different. It was such a different gameplay. Whereas nothing like that exists in Civ 6. Nothing even close to that exists. There is one great person that you can get
that does something
that allows you to do that. Or two. There's two great people you can get in the game that allow you to go just buy a city-state. And that's fine, but it's just it can happen twice.
That's it.
And that's it. And any Civ can get it, so it's not special. And a complaint among the community is that playing all the Civs feels the same for the most part. There's not a lot of the level of sort of asymmetrical gameplay within it is very low, and that they want to see more.
That makes sense. So it feels more like you're playing chess, where everyone has the same pieces
and the same abilities,
as opposed to a card game where you have a deck built to do something specific.
Yes.
Like
yeah,
that's a collectible card game where you're I have a deck that's designed around like equipment-y stuff or what whatever card game it is, like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic. Like you build the deck yourself, and you have a deck geared towards a specific goal, and it could operate very differently from another deck.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's kind of the complaint, is that there's a few civs that you really know how to manipulate and get the most out of your placement on a map. And then there's a lot of civs that are just sort of mediocre, and all civs mostly feel the same to play. And in Civ 5, there were a lot of civs that felt very different to play, which I agree. There were a lot more civs that felt very different to play. And I feel like Civ 6 doesn't capture that nearly as well.
That makes sense. So, it's sort of like you, in this game, for example, since we're playing it, if it was like, you're playing a black mage or a red mage or whatever, a spell, like, if all the spellcasters were like, are kind of like, hey, you might cast a spell in a certain order, and that order might be varied within it, but that's all you're really doing, as opposed to something where it's like you're looking to be a melee character, which has its own like gameplay style, basically. Like Civ 6 is like variations on a theme rather than like a bunch of different themes.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Which hurts its like long-term replayability. And it's not that you can't do.
And some people like to just play the same game over and over. And obviously.
I put a ton of hours into Civ 6. I really like the game. But that is one of those limiting factors that I completely agree with. That's a totally valid criticism. Den the Orca-toothed.
Huh?
Defeat Den the Orca-toothed is what we gotta do.
Oh, yeah. Orcas and Greenland sharks, you know what they like to eat?
What?
Polar bears.
That makes sense. I mean, polar bears do go swimming in the Arctic waters, where both of those are Greenland sharks and orca whales. And they're going to be big and fatty and tasty.
And not very good at defending themselves in the water.
No. I think the message here is that being an animal in a wild kind of sucks.
Yeah.
That's the message, isn't it?
The only thing that's worse is being a cute little puppy and your parents don't do everything you want all the time.
That's true. That is true. I've been a little that has parents that don't do everything I want all the time.
Are you sure you want to share this online?
There's just no shame in this. And having parents that don't do everything you want is really terrible.
It's so hard.
It's so hard.
So yeah, just burn them down, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Alright.
100%. Den the Orchitude. Suck it down! Yeah, I'm coming for you, Den. I'm coming for you. With, like, my 3 abilities. Because we're level... What are we capped at? 18.
Yeah.
Yeah. Challenge on feeling lucky is
It's like a daily do 3 roulettes.
Oh, didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah, go ahead, have a tank.
I already have one.
That was good. That was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
It'll be a while before we can get into another one.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good time to stop now.
Sounds fine to me.
Yeah.
Alright.
Thanks for joining us today, folks. Sorry we
Let's end on the quest one.
Oh, we'll end on quest one. Let me go. My mouse. Thanks for joining us today. Yeah, sorry we were a few minutes late in getting started, but we went a little long to
Try and make up for that.
try and compensate. Yeah. We are.
Why is there a lot to compensate for?
There is. We are gonna be
Wednesday
with Destiny 2.
at 10 a.m. sharp, right?
10 a.m. sharp,
For
yes.
sure. Definitely will never happen again. Being late.
I mean, it usually doesn't.
It usually doesn't. We're usually
But
pretty good.
It's streaming. Sometimes you turn on the computer and it's.
And it's like,
I don't
we
wanna
have
work.
15 updates.
Yeah. That's the life of streaming. Sometimes you turn it on and you're like, oh, everything's forked. Okay. We'll be back on Wednesday
Destiny
with
2.
some Destiny 2. There's a chance that I might come on tomorrow and just play some Valheim.
Oh, yeah, you want to play some Valheim?
Or I was thinking about picking up Elden Ring and trying that.
Yeah, you've been kind of interested in that one.
Just in that one.
There's been one or two people interested in that, I feel
Just
like,
a few.
online.
Yeah. So, thanks for hanging around. Remember, if you like what you see here, don't forget to follow us here on Twitch, subscribe over on YouTube if you're watching there, and the way to support us is on Patreon. Head over to patreon.com/Dice and Dungeons, and that's the best way to help this channel out.
Yeah.
Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We will see you again soon. Bye.